So there's no meetings ever on any Thursdays or Fridays. It's like guaranteed. So it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, yes. I'm already booked out. Everybody else is just Trustees off in December, which I always thought was silly. It's like the board doesn't meet during Christmas break. The kids just don't. So that always kind of limits things. But yeah, I'm booked out every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm booked out from here through there.
Good evening. Thank you all for attending the November 19th regular school board meeting for Fabens ISD. This meeting is called to order at 6:30. Let the minutes show that all members are in attendance except for Mr. Ben Morales. Mr. Ornelas, Mr. Villegas, I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Our vision statement. Working together, Fabens ISD creates a positive and lasting impact to multiple learning opportunities. Our mission statement. All students of the district will be prepared to be successful lifelong global learners. First item on the agenda, Fabens ISD superintendent updates and recognitions presented by Ms. Sofia Maciel, media specialist.
Good evening, President Estrada, Board of Trustees, community members. As we move forward to the end of the semester, we would like to thank our students, our staff, and our families for all your continued support. And first of all, we're going to present the superintendent update video.
Now, the moment we've all been waiting for, our outstanding scholarship and grant recipients.
First up, from Fabens ISD, we have Santiago Chavez.
Mr. Santiago Chavez was just awarded a big grant from Raíz Federal Credit Union, one of our partners. So tell us a little bit about this.
Yes, I was awarded $3,500 from Raíz Federal Credit Union to attend a staff development for teachers, which I'll be using at the end of February for a special education inclusion staff development training. I'm excited. I get to go out there, get some training, get some feedback, bring it back, and provide it to my fellow coworkers as well.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Raíz Federal Credit Union, for always being so supportive.
Yes, thank you.
And how was your October?
Fabens ISD celebrated the conclusion of Hispanic Heritage Month with music, dance, and vibrant cultural exhibits at Fabens Middle School on October 15th. The cafeteria came alive with color, splendor, and cultura, as Wildcats showcased their talents and honored the rich traditions that shape our community.
I think it was really good, being from a small border town growing up as well. It's really good to show the incorporation of the different cultures between Mexican culture and the American culture as well. So it's really good to be able to show the kids that and share, the culture for everybody.
Well, we wanted to say thank you guys so much for absolutely everything you do. You guys are always there for us, supporting us in everything we do. So thank you.
I just want to say thank you. We're very grateful for you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
celebrated National School Bus Safety Week with a special brunch to honor our transportation department. Staff enjoyed food, recognition, and a performance by our own Los Gatos Salvajes. I asked Transportation Supervisor Raul Ugarte to share a message for his team.
It's a message of unity. Our department, we are here just plain and simply for the safety of our students. So as long as we're here, let's be the best that we can be. Let's do the best, plain and simply, for them, for our community, for our district.
The Lady Cats are your by-district champions after sweeping Irvin in 3 dominant sets. The team played this match with all their might as they locked in their huge win against the Rockets on October 30th. Congratulations, Lady Cats. Fabens is so proud of you. What are you dressed up as?
Pizza!
Why? Why are you pizza?
I love pizza. Rumi from K-pop Demon Hunters.
What about you?
Rumi from K-pop Demon Hunters.
Our famous maintenance and grounds team stopped by Fabens Elementary and O'Donnell Intermediate to hand out candy to students on October 31st. The kids lit up as staff greeted them with treats and friendly smiles. The 3rd annual Wildcat Fest was a resounding success. We had so much food choice, unparalleled music, dance, and cheer performances, a haunted house, and so much more. What can be said about Fabens other than this town always turns up? A huge thanks to all who supported this event.
First up, tonight we would like to recognize our middle school and high school cross-country teams. These athletes show us what discipline looks like. Early mornings, long miles, and a committed, constant improvement. You run this town. I'm sure everybody has seen them on the way to work at very early mornings, very late evenings. And it's very important to mention that for the middle school, the 7th grade team won district. And for high school, we've had for the 3rd year running, Alexia Martinez placed in competed at state level for UIL, and our girls won, for the first time ever, our girls won district for Fabens High School. So at this time, if you'd like to come and shake hands with the board. Coach, did you want to be? No, that's it. Come on, Coach. Por favor. Everybody ready? Perfect. Thank you so much and congratulations. As was mentioned, we've had our 3 years in a row, we had our consecutive winner for district and UIL qualifier, Alexia Martinez, and she's here representing Fabens High School. Rey Hernandez is also here representing Fabens High School. We'd like to shake hands with her.
Let me go get, you mind if I go get them? No? You go get them.
Ready? Go get them.
Oh, they already?
Somebody's ready to go get 'em. They're running around the building. They're running around the building.
They're practicing.
Nobody's outside. Okay. Sorry about this. We're coming.
Anybody have a joke?
Okay, sure. As, good evening, President, Estrada, boards, members of the board and the committee. Some highlights on what we've done this year. Lexia has been one of the top, maybe the second or the third in the city. Our girls program also was in the top 10 in the city as well. So those are some accomplishments that we had. We were a very young team. As they mentioned, also, and I asked and looked, and this is the first time that cross-country girls have won a district championship in school history, so they accomplished that as well. Some of the things. So, as you see, this is our freshman. This is Jasmine Carrillo. And so we're bringing all of them back for next year. And our goal has been not only go and represent Fabens at the state level, which we already have 7 times since we've been coaching them. And this cannot have happened without the support of the administration, athletic department, the board, obviously, and the community and their parents, which are probably our best supporters ever. I mean, I got even, they're waking up since June. We started in June and we don't stop until November. So that's a dedication that they have, and I'll take my time to brag about them because they're coming in 6 o'clock in the morning, and our goal is to beat sunrise. So we gotta run 5-6 miles. We gotta run them before the sunrise comes, and they're doing that. Not only are they doing that in the athletics, but most of our athletics and our cross-country teams are top students in the top 10, all passing, and never have to have any trouble with grades or anything like that. They behave, great students, and that's a testament of great parenting as well. Thank you for having us, and we have a good night.
Thank you so much. Our Lady Cats are the by district champs. They did qualify for area, and Coach Soto prepared a few words.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Dr. Segovia. I want to begin by saying how incredibly proud I am of this team. These girls showed tremendous growth, grit, and heart throughout the season. Finishing second in district and earning our 3rd straight by-district championship is a reflection of their hard work and commitment to getting better every single week. I especially want to recognize our seniors who truly left it on the court this year. Miley Jurado reached an incredible milestone of 1,000 career digs. And Emma Ortiz led our entire district in blocks with a total of 42. I will truly miss Abril, Emily, Emma, and Miley next year. Their leadership, energy, and dedication have left a lasting impact on this program. I wish them each the very best in their future. We could not have accomplished any of this without the support that surrounds us. To our Fabens community, thank you for always showing up. To Principal Ms. Amador, our Athletic Director, Coach Blair, Mr. Orlando Flores, and Mr. Sablowski, our parents, families, and my amazing coaching staff, thank you for believing in these girls and pouring so much into this program. It truly takes a village, and I'm grateful to be a part of one that lifts our athletes so high. Thank you for recognizing our team tonight, and thank you for supporting Fabens Volleyball.
Make sure that we're not covering anybody. Alana, get in between Bella and Miley. And let's step a little bit more this way, that way. There we go. Great. Look over here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tonight, we also recognize our football program. Students and coaches who put in countless hours to represent Fabens with strength, unity, and heart. Whether under Friday Night Lights or in the weight room at Sunrise, these athletes show discipline and commitment. We'd like to thank all our coaching staff for preparing these young men, not just for the game, but for life. It's very important to actually talk about the trophy that's coming up this way. Yes, it is. video, pero. No, te tiene que. So we have some. Bean, pasamos para atrás. No, just kidding. The taller ones, please go towards the Acá se están haciendo bola. Because we have all the seniors in the front, right? I don't see Tom. I know you were there, but I don't see you. Like, a ver. Can somebody else take a knee? Ready? No, you guys are gonna have to scooch in. We might not all fit, but you know. Ready? Cheese. Your pot.
The W up.
No, because they're Thank you so much. Thank you.
That way when you're talking about existing, you can see this one. You're right.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Next, we will be recognizing our JROTC cadets that participated in the drone program. These students are gaining hands-on experience in emerging technologies, leadership, and our aerospace skills, preparing for their future careers. I will let Captain Hertel tell you a little bit more about this.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Estrada, Superintendent Dr. Segovia, board members, I think I know most of you, and the community, I know a number of the community too. I've been here a while. My name is Captain Mike Hertel. I am the Senior Naval Science Instructor at the Fabens High School Navy JROTC. My assistant in crime is Gunner's Mate Chief Alvin behind me, all right? We try to get as far ahead as we can. A couple years ago, the Secretary of Defense authorized us as a STEM program, said you guys can play with drones. Play with drones. They helped me out. We bought some very nice drones. They're all DJI, which is in a lot of hot water because they're Chinese. But anyway, and we went to San Eli, and they had a drone meet, a Navy JROTC drone meet. And we had two teams. A team for drones is a pilot and an observer. I'd like to introduce in a roundabout way. This was a pilot. This is Cadet Lieutenant Naya. She was also an observer on the other team. And this was my other team, and this is Cadet Chief Petty Officer Duca. So they flew first, and she was the pilot, and then he flew, and she was the observer. And we came in third place. And they did the DJI Mini 2 drone. That's what they were flying. And it was a pretty complicated obstacle course. And it was an obstacle course. I'd love to say that Socorro crashed all their birds, but anyway, they did. A bunch of the people had problems. And he had just learned the day before how to fly. He did an outstanding job. You know what happens when you volunteer, right? my old compatriot over here from the Navy, yeah, we learned a lot about that. But I was very proud of him, and we will be competing in the future. We're pushing the drone program next year. We're supposed to have a drone class, which is authorized by TEA, and they have their own TEA program now. So hopefully next year we'll be having that whole program at the high school. Thank you very much. Sir, great knowing you. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for your knowing the past.
Ready?
We gotta get a picture.
We gotta get a picture.
Very
Very good, Mr. Spence. That's great. Okay, ready? Perfect. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you so much and congratulations. It is my honor to recognize Ms. Maria Gabi Contreras from Fabens Elementary. She received the 2025 Lone Star Rising Award from the Lone Star State School Counselor Association. I'll say that 5 times really fast. This award celebrates counselors who are rising stars in their field, and we know she is one. We all know her. Her compassion, her advocacy, her leadership make a profound difference in her campus. Congratulations, Ms. Gabi Contreras, and thank you so much for being a shining example for our district. Apologies, her boss is amazing and got her flowers. No.
Yes. Mr. Albaco? Oh, I'm sorry, the table for the Western Miss. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again, Miss Gabby.
Okay, ready?
And lights.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Contreras. Something I will just say, the Wildcat Fest was very successful because of the incredible generosity of our community. Tonight, we will recognize our donors who made this year's event possible. If you're here, Mr. Solis, Mr. Calzadillas, and whoever, go ahead and stand up if you are somebody that came. Thank you for coming, and if you'd like to come up to the podium, and we're gonna shake hands. I'm just gonna say a few words and recognize everybody, and then we'll shake hands with the board. And so tonight we recognize our donors who made this year's event possible. Their support, your support, has helped us create a joyful, safe, family-centered experience for all our students and community. To every individual and organization who contributed, thank you for investing in our Wildcats and strengthening the bond that makes Fabens special, giving us something to do in life. So the Wildcat Fest donors are Mr. Joe Happy Solis, board members, Greg Spence, Angel Crystal Ramirez, and Carmen Julieta Sepúlveda Ramírez. Mr. Esperanza Díaz. Those who contributed but were not able to make it today were Dr. Alvaro Manjara Soto, Mr. Jorge Carrasco, Mr. Fred Ortega, Mr. Rudy Salcedo, Mr. Raymond Baeza, apologize, Mr. Mario Escobedo, Shatsis, Fredos, Carreras, and there were some donors that chose to remain anonymous. We wholeheartedly thank everybody once more. No, hazte para acá. I'm happy in between and the line. Perfect. Ready? Perfect. Thank you so much and congratulations. Our band students continue to demonstrate. At this time, we would like to showcase some of the pictures of last year's band competitions. Bandtober was something to behold this year. Our band students continue to demonstrate excellence through every performance. I would like to ask Mr. Miguel Soto, our band director, and Mr. Ramon Longoria, our head drum major, to step to the podium at this time, and they would like to say a few words.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Ms. Maciel, Dr. Segovia, President Estrada, board members, and members of the community. As many of you know, October is very busy as far as marching band competitions. In October 4th, our marching band earned a Division II in the El Paso ISD Marching Invitational. Our goal is always to strive for the Division I rating. So that score gave our students the motivation to work even harder during intersession for their following competition in Socorro. So we're pleased, I'm pleased to share that this year our band got a little bit bigger. So it grew to 50 members compared to the 36 last year. Because of this increase, we were moved to Class B at the Socorro ISD March Fest, where we competed against several 5A schools. And I have to report that we were recognized our band, and we can brag that last night. So we're very happy about that. Finally, I want to give thank you to the community, our teachers, administrators, and of course our band parents for their continuous support. And of course, representing the band tonight, we have Ramon Longoria, and I will invite him now to say a few words. Thank you.
Good evening. It is a pleasure to stand before you. I was just let know that I'd be speaking less than an hour. I'm not prepared, but I would like to say thank you to the board, to the community, and to everyone who stands with us as we obviously go and compete. It's always nice to see such a loving community stand behind our program. It's something that makes me really proud, as well as everything that the band has accomplished so far. As I always tell the band any chance I have to, I'm really proud of everything they've accomplished, and I can't wait to see what else they'll accomplish as we keep growing. I don't have much else to say, but thank you. Thank you.
Surprise speeches are always the best. Finally, we want to express our appreciation for our business office staff, and we'll have our Director of Finance, Ms. Lily Nunez, come up to the podium.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Estrada, Superintendent Dr. Segovia, board members, and community. My name is Lily Nunez, and I am the Director of Finance. It is my privilege to report today to you that our organization has received outstanding reviews in our recent financial rating. Our district obtained a superior achievement rating with the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. This achievement reflects not only our sound fiscal management, but most importantly, the exceptional dedication and teamwork of our staff. Over the past year, our department has faced numerous challenges, yet their professionalism, discipline, and commitment to excellence have remained intact. Through collaboration, innovation, and shared sense of purpose, they have ensured that our financial integrity and performance continue to meet the highest standards. It's my privilege to work with such a talented and committed team. Your efforts make a real difference, and I'm truly grateful for everything you do. At this time, I would like to recognize Ms. Aide Hernandez, Ms. Marta Cavazos, Ms. Maribel Medina, and Ms. Michelle Ortiz.
Ready?
I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to Dr. Segovia, and we wanted to give this small gesture to him to remind him that even though we now have a director of finance, he will always be part of our business office team.
Thank you.
Yes, let me go ahead and put you in the picture. Ready? No, you guys can switch. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. This concludes my portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Have anything signed up for open policy? No, sir. At this time, we'll get the communication and visitors. Our next item on the agenda, 2025-2026 new hires presented by Ms. Aide Polanco, Director of Human Resources.
Good evening, President Estrada, Superintendent Dr. Segovia, Board of Trustees, and community. My name is Aide Polanco, and this evening it brings me great pleasure to announce two of our new hires. We do have Ms. Erica Becerra, custodian at Fabens Middle School, and I don't think she's able to. And we do have Mr. Eduardo Garcia, special ed at Fabens High School, and he was not able to attend this evening.
That's it.
picture with Mr.
Yes,
Pai?
of course. He's always in demand.
Ready?
Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda, presented by Mr. Dr. Segovia.
Good evening, President Estrada, Board of Trustees, colleagues, and community. At this time, the administration recommends the approval of the consent agenda as presented in your board book.
Do we have a motion to approve? Make a motion. Mr. Flores makes a motion, do we have a second? Is there any discussion at this time? So discussion, we now proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
With a show of
Show of
hands.
hands.
6-0, thank you.
Thank you, motion passes. 6. Next item on the agenda, Fabens High School 2024-2025 accountability rating update. People participating, Ms. Roxanne Amador, Manuel Aldaco, and Dr. April Galaviz.
Good evening, President Estrada, Dr. Segovia, members of the board and community. I'm a little nervous, this is my first time doing this. All right. Thank you, Ms. Maciel. All right, if we look at last year's rating, we were sitting at a C. We still will maintain that C, but we did have a drop in school progress and closing the gaps. We went down by 1 point in student achievement. I'm going to discuss some of the areas of concern that we have for our school. Academic growth and closing the gaps being a big factor. When we look at the student achievement domain, when we look at the overall test for all kids with a cumulative average, we have 70% of approaches for students. But if we look at the breakdown of exams, we see where we lower down. If you look at the chart underneath what's on the TA website, that's our campus data. And last year, English 1 and English 2 had significant falls, and English 2 throughout the state of Texas had significant drops. I came from another district, our English 2 had the same drops. But we're looking at NEETs and masters, our kids are struggling, but overall approaches was a problem. Our biology team, it's showing the solid nature of that team. They had huge gains from last year being at 31% at NEETs. They went all the way up to 46 this year, and they went up 2 percentage points in masters, which is quite difficult in the biology exam. Algebra had gains in their masters, but NEETs and approaches were struggling. They went down in points. And US history was aligned with English 1 and 2. It's a reading factor that we're seeing with our student. We're gonna see with ED progress, though we made some gains. Wasn't enough, and I think it's reflective of the data because of the amount of reading students need to do. Still on student achievement, when we're looking at the CCMR measure, we have some gains. If we look at the TSI for RLA and mathematics, we're at 56% overall. And when we look at the one indicator for RLA, we're at 73.7. That's to include the college prep courses. Those college prep courses really help us. If students get a 75% or more, they get that college recognition. We get that point for that CCMR. But when we're looking at them individually, our English test is the one that we need for our early college. So that's where we see a lot of prep work that our kids are hitting that mark. Our math, we need a little bit of work on it. We're at 63.9. When we take away the college prep, it drops us down to 12.8. AP, IB examinations with our Spanish speakers, those AP classes are heavy hitting. They're the ones that got us to those 14%. It's where the kids drop off to that English 3 AP exam, and English 4 AP exam, that our kids are struggling in that literacy. With our dual credit courses, we are gaining 42% of the points on there for earning at least 3 hours in RLA or mathematics. And then the associate's degree, we're at 18%. These are our early college kids. When we look at our IBC certifications, we're at 14.3. Those are kids that got in aligned level 2 or higher course. And then we're also looking at those level 1 or 2 certificates or P-TECH kids that are 4.5. And then when we look at our graduation rate, this is where it's going to be a stickler. I know I've had to explain this to a few people. When we're looking at domain 1, they're looking at a 6-year average. So they're looking at class 4, and then when they're past their cohort in year 5 or year 6, it averages out to 93.9. We're catching those kids that come back to graduate for us or try to get a GED, which brings us up those points. But when they're going in that 4-year average, we've dropped in the last couple of years. When we jump over to domain 2 with our school progress, I do want to highlight our campus where we're gaining points. We have some significant points when we're looking, when they break down the tests, and that's where I really do like the interim exam. We just took one for RLA and math. We can see where kids are broken down by different levels. Are they, if their did not meets, there's a low did not meets, a high did not meets. Are they close to passing to the next level? They have the same thing with approaches, with meets and masters. Are they low or high on the scale? Are we going to be able to catch the growth? And if we look at that meets and masters, and on the left-hand side, we have reading, language arts. On the right-hand side, we're looking at mathematics. Those are the 2 tests that they look at. We're gaining points at those meets levels for those kids. And the chart on the bottom, we're looking at that accelerated learning. Did those kids grow from the year before? So we have kids that are making progress. It's just not enough progress for our campus. And the EB factor is a huge thing there. With domain 2 in our school progress, our kids are falling on academic, on the component score when we're looking at the eco-disc group that we have. For last year, we had us at 88.6%. When we look at other campuses at our same level, we have kids that are falling in that 70 to 79, which is not a horrible place to be, but we have to grow up in order to be able to go up a score point on the report card. But we do have that marker on the CCMR part. With our eco-disc kids, they are high at that 80, 89 percentile in making sure they're getting that CCMR, whether it be through dual credit classes, whether it's an IBC, or they're getting some type of certification. And then also if they're enlisting into the military. So our relative performance is what gave us a bolstering score at an 80 that we got in points. Our domain 3 closing the gap, this is where we take that knockback down on graduation status. On our academic achievement, we've seen where our struggles are at STAR. And EOC is always looking at meets. We're not looking at how many pass, we're looking at how many are at that grade level. And we're looking at equals or greater than at that RLA math, so we're only gaining 50% of those points. We only got 6.3 of those points. Graduation status, at the domain 1, it's looking at that 6-year marker, but when we look at closing the gaps, they're looking within their cohort. That's where we didn't gain points, because we dropped down from that 93.9. We had that for that 6-year marker when they're out of cohort. Our EBs, if they do well on their TELPAS, if they advanced in composite score in one area, or they have at least 2 advanced high in listening, reading, speaking, reading, listening, writing, and reading, I'm sorry. We got 75% of those points. We had 10% of those points put towards us, but 7.5 points out of the 10 we can gain there. And then our school quality status, when we look at that CCMR, 22.5 points. So our closing the gap score was not ideal where we needed it to be. So when I look at all our data for the last couple of years, it looks staggering, but it's not, these scores are not somewhere where we're gonna stay stagnant. With algebra, English, biology, and US history, we look at the difference in points. Those are doable points. These kids just need tutoring schedules. They need the interventions that we're already implementing at the campus. We are having a blitz the next couple of days for our AOC retesters. That's gonna affect us in our accountability for next year. And then our CCMR criteria, it really did bolster us where we saw throughout. That's where it's giving us a few more points. With our TSI, we're doing well because of the early college. That helps us out a lot, that the kids have to pass that exam. Our associate's degrees, we need to bolster those up through our early college program, AP exams. College prep, English, and math, they're also helping us out when our kids are getting that 75% and higher. And our teachers are implementing a lot of strategies. So failing out of that class. Our DC coursework, we are offering several DC courses on campus. I believe I have 7 teachers on campus that are DC certified. Right now, we're in the process of vetting 2 more teachers for chemistry and biology, which is gonna be a game changer for our kids. And then our IBC or level 1 certs, we're low. We're at 15.5 or 5% with the level 1 certs, which is also something that we're working on, which I'll discuss in the next slide. But I think one of the biggest strengths I do have a group of teachers that are very committed to making our kids work. All the things that I've brought this year, from the PLCs to the lesson templates to the expectations for blitzes and tutoring, they're all on board. They really want to know what we can do to help our students. I have a newly formed college application team. People are putting their own time to help their kids. It's not anything that they're getting tutoring pay or anything. It comes back to staff and teachers that are willing to work with our kids. So our huge areas of growth, English 1 and 2 always, we have a large ED population. It's over 50% of our campus, that's 50 out of ED. Algebra 1, I've talked to several teachers, not only within our district, where we saw a huge shift. A lot of our kids that come from Mexico often come with very strong math skills, but this test has turned into a large word problem test. So these kids that are having trouble reading in English, now they have academic language all in English over math, and they're having a hard time solving these problems. We saw a huge dip 2 years ago when this test turned into a large word problem exam. So it goes back to the EB issue, having to make sure that our kids are, they have those literacy skills. Our CTE program, we have to bolster that with our IBCs and certs. The progress of EB starting in December, I'm going to be tutoring students. That's my task. I'm going to meet with our EB kids in groups. I'm going to take about 30, 40 kids every Wednesday, and they're going to stay for tutoring to work on language. We have Summit, which is an excellent program. And our post-secondary readiness, making sure our kids are going on to a post-secondary success. Are they going to a trade school or university or more classes of community college? But we need to make sure that those kids are ready for the next step past our doors. Our responses right now, I do have my teams meeting weekly. I have campus PD at all times. Any times that we have a teacher planning, I started with PD, it started with the summer. There are certain things that I've asked for teachers that I need to see in their lesson planning, whether it be Kagan strategies, whether it be talk, write, talk, read, talk, write. I really appreciate Ms. Flores. She is actually bringing talk, read, talk, write to come present to our teachers. Now they'll have a book to have better control of those strategies. In the weekly newsletter that I send out my entire campus, every week they have a strategy. And I do talk to my department chairs, I do talk to my teams. I do want to see one of those strategies that I send you within the lesson template within the next 2 to 3 weeks. We do walkthroughs through TIL. Thank you, Mr. Aldaco. He's helped us quite a bit in coming to coach both Ms. Serrano and I with the coaching sessions. And this is a program that I really do like, because when teachers see T-tests, they think it can be punitive when we're walking in if we don't see exactly what the domains are asking for. TIL takes away that stigma because it is just pure coaching. We're gonna go in and tell you what we can work on. And it's become a very positive thing, and we have some teachers that are trying to understand the process, but it's not been met with any negativity. And we're telling them, we're trying to make your craft stronger to help our kids. Our kids have very specific needs. CTE, I have several things that I have on my template for them. So we started looking, I did meet with a few of the board members about exiting some programs that are not having any certification. And so we're gonna implement other programs that are gonna make sure that our kids are completers. With the ins and out of administration that we've had on our campus, sometimes those programs were not put in place for the students to have either 3 or 4 years. One big thing that I want to do, that I've talked to a lot of my campus, and I have met with Mr. Kleist about this, we were probably going to go a traditional schedule. I've already started working on a master schedule, because that allows me to bridge programs over with Mr. Kleist. And a lot of those programs being CTE programs that the kids can start with their first year class. I have several teachers that are very interested in doing this. And then now I ensure that I have completers, because I have programs like the EMT program and P-Tech and early college. Sometimes those kids are limited in completing programs because we're limited on time to finish their degree plans. So if I'm able to bridge from the middle school on, we're gonna see a larger scale of these completions through CTE. We did have our computer lab updated, thank you to Mike Bettis, he came by with his team. So we have one lab now that is set up for testing at all times. And Mr. Salas, Michael Salas, has access to the access to those computers so the kids can come in to test, because that was a challenge in years past. We are gonna have the ED tutoring, like I said. We are gonna start our TSIA tutoring as well. We finally got all 800 numbers. There were issues, communication between EPCC and us, and they were working on it because they could not make our numbers work on our end. So now we have all 800 numbers for our students on the EPCC side. Even if they're not early college kids, we can now start administering the TSI and get focused tutoring to those kids that may not be in early college, but now they're gonna have that option to be able to take dual credit classes, because that gives us the points. Once they have those 3 credit hours or more, we've gained that point in CCMR. We also, I don't allow drops. I don't know how much feedback everybody's gotten. I don't allow kids to drop out. The Texas attendance law says 19, I hold parents to them. I tell them, it's like, what is your child gonna do? Do you have a plan? Can you show me that they're going to get into a GD? Are they going to an online school? If you do not have that proof for me, they are not dropping. So I've seen a rise in students that were not attending because I do hold them to the gun to the attendance laws. I do provide strategies for those kids to help them in tutoring. So we're seeing a lot of kids that were initially wanting to drop, they're not allowed to drop, and that's gonna help our graduation rate as well. We're blitzing kids. That was something I implemented about a month ago. So Thursday and Friday, we're blitzing all the EOC retesters. The teachers already have on schedule for the actual spring test for the first-time testers. They will also have a month-long blitz for our kids. I made contact with Dean Guerra through Dean Badillo through the early college program. It's such a blessing that I have in her. So with Dean Guerra, he has a program for GDs, and then they have a program that I was not aware of, that students that go to EPCC can end up with a high school diploma and a certification. They kind of took the role of Job Corps. So they're gonna team up with me and see how I can offer that through my campus. They're willing to offer me scholarships for students, so that's gonna be my dropout recovery efforts for my kids that have left school prior to me being here. I did have this conversation with Dr. Galaviz. I do wanna host a House Bill 5 night. I know my counselors do visit the middle school for it, but I do wanna make a big production of it and advertise it through the help with Ms. Maciel to bring outside factors in. And if we can show all the programs that we have that kids will have success with, not only the House Bill 5 needs with all our CCMR features and CTE, but also the early college, the Rockets program, things that other people may not be offering, but to bring people to Fabens and see the great things that we're capable of doing here. And then I also have, like I said, the newly formed college application team. We're using Going Merry. Kids are required all to be logged in. My counselors are checking constantly that my kids are going on there. They're going by alpha, so by December, everyone should be logged on in at least one application, but several kids have several at this point. So there's things that we're doing in response to make sure that our kids are having success. And that's why we're all here. We're here to make sure that our kids get to their goals in their 4 years the way they're supposed to. Most of my data came from the TA accountability rating. I do have a lot of things on campus that I was able to pull. I used our taper report. I used Cambium to see actual scores, not just the TA data. And then also I pulled some of the campus surveys that Dr. Galaviz had for me. It's a work in progress. I think we're seeing good things already. I have the gentleman helping me often, Dr. Segovia and Mr. Aldaco. Thank you for all your support. And I have a great AP that's helping me along the way, and a family of leadership that's been there for me. So I think we're gonna see some great gains this year. I beg for your patience. We're making strides. It's gonna take us a little bit to see that CT number to go up, but it's happening. Do you have any questions? Yes.
I have unless you have questions, I have more of just a comment or some statements that I'd like to make, and it's probably, it has to do with this. It's, of course, it has to do with education at the high school level. So, you talked about, escapes me, but like the vocational programs, that kind of stuff. And so I know, how long have we been talking about this? For 20 years or something like that, and I've shared this with Dr. Segovia and previous superintendents and things like that. But I think one of the we're missing the boat here, Fabens, and I'm not blaming anybody, we're just, you know, just something that we're not doing here, so, you know, I'm a big proponent of vocational agriculture. So, and there's, for many reasons, we didn't grow up with it, they used to have vocational ag in Fabens, and I think it ended in 1973 or 75, something like that. So, you know, we have a farm, Fabens ISD owns a farm. Doesn't mean, you know, that you can get kids to go farm it, but there's a lot of learning involved, a lot of science, agri-science and things like that. So I was just curious, you know, because you're talking about you're starting to work on the master schedules, and because that was some of the things that I asked back in the day is, hey, how can we put this into the curriculum? So I know there's some programs here going on where they're trying to, where there's like placement programs. I know that you guys are working on this stuff to, you know, and I did speak to Mr. Spence and probably, well, some of us, about placing kids out on, you know, like some of the kids are like in, I don't know, I don't think they call it auto mechanics, P-Tech or whatever, but, you know, out on farms. Because there's a lot of machinery, there's a lot of hydraulic systems, there's a lot of, you know, pecan plants are, I mean, it's amazing when you see the conveyors and the electric motors and this and that or whatever, it's just amazing. The cotton gin and tornillo is amazing. There's just so many things that the kids can learn, and because a lot, you know, not all kids are gonna go to college. But we can capture them this way, and I think it's our responsibility, correct me if I'm wrong, to, you know, to provide things like that. You know, I understand you all as teachers are under a lot of pressure because the state mandates you to do this and that and this and that. And, you know, in my opinion, I think it's just, they're just trying to sell textbooks, or they don't even use textbooks anymore, you know what I mean? It's just a big scam. You know, it really is. You know, there's a lot of practical things that kids can be learning. You know, I was just listing some of them, like in vocational agriculture, drafting, welding, carpentry, you know, gas engines, small gas engines, diesel engines, animal science, agronomy. We live in an area that is the largest production area of pecans in the state of Texas. You know, and the largest pima cotton producing area in the state of Texas. You know, there's just so much that we could be teaching these kids, and it's right in their backyard. And I feel like we're missing the boat. So I ask you this, and probably Mr. Kleiss, because there's high school FFA as well as middle school FFA. And it started at the middle school and then eventually, you know, move up. So I just throw that out there because I think we've all, you know, actually this whole board, we've talked about this. So it's just something that, is that a possibility? I know it costs money. I realize that, but you know, is that something that we can do here in Fabens? Because I promise you, when kids can learn how to weld here, and then they, instead of, you know, well, you know, I'm not gonna go to college, or I might go to a community and get my welding degree, perfect. And then they go to the oil field because they go there anyway. They go there and then, you know, well, you know, they're not gonna be making $15 an hour, they're gonna be making $35 an hour because they're certified welders and things like that. And so, I'm just curious, is that something that you foresee? Is that something that we could even start at the middle school at a maybe a small level until we can seek funding, or I don't know?
The last time you and I talked about it, I started looking into it, and I did have this conversation with a couple of board members, Mr. Estrada being one when he was asking about the welding. So each of those is its own component. I'd have to pick one because we'd have to hire a teacher just for that. So there's one teacher for welding, one teacher for electrical. So it would be the hire of that many educators. So I need to find which program we're able to do and if we're allowed to hire. So once we start looking at the master, I've already started working on it. It's a huge Tetris piece. Once I start working on that, that will be a conversation that Dr. Segovia can have to see what is tangible for our campus and what we can do.
And so if we've spoken about this, so an ag teacher, a vocational ag teacher, you know, and I'm just not tooting my own horn, but that was my degree, that was my undergrad. And so as a vocational ag teacher, you teach kids, you're a jack of all trades. So you're gonna learn, you're gonna have a welding class, you're gonna have a small gas engines class, you're gonna have a animal science class. That teacher is certified to teach all those subjects, a carpentry class. And so, you know, Ms. Bullard, sorry. They used to have a really good program in Tornillo. I did my student teaching there 25 years ago under a man by the name of Jim O'Neill, who was he was a legend. And I sat there and I was baffled, because we had, the freshman class was animal science, the sophomore class was welding, the junior class, I don't know, I can't even remember, but they all did that. And then the FFA part is the club after. After hours, they go in, and I can tell you, they could come here and run this meeting. Probably better than we could, but those kids learn parliamentary procedure. They learn leadership, and it's all packaged in one program. So you don't need a welding teacher or a mechanic, auto mechanics teacher, a drafting teacher. It's all kind of contained in one. So I just think that would be something that,
I looked at it, I did print out the program of
Yeah.
study, because the programs of study have changed significantly for the
Yes.
state of Texas and their requisites for it. Like I said, I'll sit down with Dr. Segovia
Yeah.
and we'll see where we can move, and I'll invite you over to
and
the campus.
it's just an interest. I'm not
Yes.
trying to tell you what to do.
Yeah, no, sir, I
By no means,
understand,
by no
thank you, no, I appreciate the feedback.
I volunteer Mr. Flores as well. Maybe he would like to come and teach.
I make the motion.
I'll second it. Mr. Flores, do you think Texas A&M would partner up with Fabens ISD and come up with a plan for this to happen? Now, it's a wonderful, I did have it in 6th grade at Scottsdale. The only thing I see, unfortunately, is technology is our biggest rival as educators, as a district. But I do agree with you, we do have the land and we have the knowledge here. So, if you can get Texas A&M to see if they can help out.
I would.
And, I think that would be much appreciated. And that would be a great start for, the district and for this type of program.
I would even go as far as, if you wanted on our next board meeting, there's a gentleman, he's a retired ag teacher, he was at Isleta, and then he ended up retiring at Coronado, and he's on the irrigation board, I can't think of his name.
Dorsey?
Huh?
Indoor?
No, he's the one who replaced him. He's in the Upper Valley, but he's he worked for a company that provided the curriculum for vocational ag. And he always reaches out to me and says, hey, you guys thought about it and this and that? I said, I think about it all the time, but I think that, I think there's a lot of support, and I think within the farming community, like the placement thing that we're talking about here, this would even make it would like would it be solidify this, or I don't know if that's the right word. I sound important when I say it. But you know what I mean. It would kind of seal the deal, because we've got, and I'm not picking on Mr. Spencer, but you go look at his operation. It's enormous. It's a multi-million-dollar operation. They're cleaning pecans. Millions of pounds of pecans are going through this Fabens area. We could place these kids. We got Thanksgiving break coming up. I just talked to one of the football players. He's like, hey, sir, you gonna, because he worked for me last year. I said, yeah, well, we got something going on, for break and then for Christmas break. These are great opportunities for these kids to learn that. And the school would say, hey, look, we're not just gonna give you free labor. We're not gonna give you free labor. We're gonna place them, and then you teach them a little bit about how these machines work and how these tractors work. And do you know how to weld? Yeah, a little bit. And so, they can kind of do that stuff. But I think that we're in such a great position to do this, and I just don't want to let the fire go out. So I'm counting on this board here, because it seems like we've all talked about this, and I think it would be a great thing. And you're right, Mr. Ornelas, I think that would be something through Texas A&M. I know that at the O'Donnell, they're going to start like an in-school 4-H program, and so that's just the start. And then if we could get middle school and high school to follow, I think it'd be good. So.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, and just so you know, we are exploring our CTE programs to include this program, so everything's on the table, absolutely.
Bullying wells? Bullying wells?
Yeah, we can work on those.
Yes, ma'am.
I have one more
Yes, ma'am.
comment to put it on the table as well, for the CTEs and stuff. Just because our engineering class is so good as well with the rockets and everything else. Remember, we had that surveyor come in. They're more than happy to get volunteer students to go and help them, to show them how to survey and stuff. we can also look into that to get the kids motivated to
Yes.
start seeing what's outside of what they're learning inside the classroom,
Yes.
you know, so that's another thing that we can
Our
look into.
future engineers are doing amazing. All the
Yeah.
rockets have already reached Mach 1. It happened last week. So they're
As a
doing
matter
good.
of fact, I'm sorry, as a matter of fact, we spoke to the gentleman that came and gave the presentation. He said he was already working with community college
Okay.
to offer the surveying classes there, so,
Okay.
you know, that would
Hopefully we
be.
can all jump on.
Yeah, is this Mr. Superintendent?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And we've had a conversation on that. We need to follow up on these things, but they're all on the table. These are two great programs. And then we need to, obviously, continue to improve the programs that we have in place.
And I, you know, the same, what you're saying, they also in agriculture, they're using drones now. So they're doing a lot of. Yeah, they're using the drones to defoliate cotton now. Like what you see out there used to be the planes or the tractors are doing it. Now they're using.
And survey. They're
Yeah,
surveying.
and they're surveying with the drones.
Yeah.
So it's just, and that's all part of the ag, the whole ag, you know, vocational
Yes.
agriculture.
Yes, yes.
So you have our support,
Thank
to make everything better for
Oh,
the
that's
students,
right.
whatever.
I'm trying, ma'am.
Whatever
I'm
we
trying.
can, exactly, whatever we can, we're in. But-
Thank you.
We're gonna keep you busy.
I'm all in. Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
We'll buy pizza if you make it.
All right.
Next item on the agenda, 2024-2025 annual financial and compliance audit report, presented by Ms. Sylvia Nunez and Mr. Nathan White, our district auditor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name, as he said, is Nathan White. I'm a partner at Singleton Clark. And I have for you all the district's FY25 annual financial and compliance report. However, this year we have a bit of a curveball. So in any other given fiscal year, we would ask for the board to approve or disapprove of the audit and sign the certificate of board. This year, well, in every year, the school district requires what we call a single audit, which means that you receive and expend more than $750,000 in federal funding. And that requires you to, or for us to perform a single audit on federal awards. And while I've never seen this before in any of my years doing an audit, the compliance supplement, which is issued by the Office of Management and Budget at the federal government, is not finalized yet. And that dictates how we perform the single audit. Now, you know, year to year, there's very little variance or change, but from a technical perspective, we can't have you approve this audit until they sign off on it. In fact, the seal of the Office of the President of the United States is on the front of the cover of that document. So I don't know where that falls in line after the government shutdown and everything reopening. I don't know what the priority is there. So what we're gonna do tonight is I'm gonna go over the audit, and then I'm gonna ask you all to table it. And then I will contact Lily, probably, you know, maybe December or January, and give her the green light to have you guys either approve or disapprove at that point. But we didn't want to backlog all the presentations to January or February because quite simply, every school board has their, you know, meetings on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, so we just weren't gonna be able to do everybody in that time. So we're just trying to, you know, stay on schedule. But without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started in the back of the report first, and then we'll kind of work our way.
Mr. Estrada, so you know, we had this, you're basically gonna do the same thing you did last night?
A little more truncated, for sure.
Okay, I was gonna say, cause in the, you know, just, cause we did have a budget meeting last night, you know, it's a public meeting, so everybody's invited, of course. But I just thought that maybe you know, just for time purposes, if we're not gonna approve anything tonight, but if there's something new, well, that's fine.
No, there's nothing new. It would just be the basic summary. Well, I guess there is one thing. I could give you like maybe 2 or 3 highlights. This would take 2 minutes.
No, I'm just saying if that's we all. I didn't know we were not gonna approve it.
Well, a required presentation though. That's what I thought. We needed to have it by today, so that when we are able to approve later on, we've already had the presentation and the board understands what they're approving. Now, I know that we talked earlier,
Sure.
and so it'll be a brief highlight presentation, it's not gonna, because we already had the workshop. And so I like to have it just to be in compliance, and we'll go from there.
So we'll begin on page 105. In the back of the report, this is the schedule of findings and question costs. At the top here, we have summary, section 1, the summary of auditors results. The type of auditors report issued is unmodified. That's a good thing. That means we didn't have to modify any of our opinion language. In short, it means that we believe these financial statements to be free from material misstatement. We did identify a material weakness this year in relation to credit card purchasing, and the district's single audit was performed on the Title I program, for which we had no findings or question costs about. And if you flip the page, we also did have one budgetary compliance issue on a few functions, but that was something that we were just shaking out some old balance sheet accounts primarily, and that was the primary cause for that. Next, if you don't mind, we're gonna start flipping our way to the front of the report, and we'll stop on page 42 next. And this is something specifically that I don't believe we covered last night in the workshop. And so this is kind of something I did want to touch on. The district historically had recorded a compensated absences liability, and that represented potential cash payments for people. I think it was for retirees and such like that. The district had a policy in place for people that had started, I want to say like 2019, I can't quite remember what year, but there was a policy previously that if you had been employed at the district before a certain year and you performed for a number of years or whatever, that there was a potential cash payout for unused, I think it was local days. Well, in 2025, the district had to recognize a new GASB standard called number 101 called compensated absences. And the gist of it is that not only going forward do you have to recognize any potential cash related liabilities, but you also have to recognize just the days itself, if you will. So, and if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? So if you have a teacher and a teacher has accumulated a number of state days over working for the district, and then they need to take those state days for whatever reason, the district does have an expense that follows that, right? Because we have to hire a substitute. And so in a way, that's kind of what this number represents. And so last year, the ending balance for 8/31/2024 was somewhere around $35,000. And again, that just represented cash payments. But once you accumulate everyone's state days and multiply it times their daily rate, you know, I think probably Dr. Segovia, how many state days do you have in the bank right now? Probably 100 or something, right? So that extrapolates out, and ultimately, we now have a new liability balance of about $500,000. And you may be like, well, that's a lot. It's okay. This is on your government-wide statements, so this isn't something that it's not on the modified accrual basis of accounting, which is how governmental entities typically operate. That's the accounting approach that you budget on and all that kind of stuff. It's got nothing to do with that. It's kind of like your pension liability and your OPEB liability, in which it's more or less just a placeholder on your balance sheet. And then lastly, we will jump forward to page 24, and we can go over the district's fund balance briefly. And again, we're here on page 24, the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. On the left-hand side there, if you peer down toward the bottom of the page, you can see the general fund experienced a decrease of $1.2 million to end at $13,593,192. That's not to be too alarming. The district does currently, that number represents about 6.5 months of annual operating expenditures. So as a firm, you've probably heard that we suggest anywhere between 3 and 6. 3 is I mean, it's a state law basically, but 6 is certainly like, there's no reason to sound an alarm. It's not, you know, a bounty of wealth, it's not a year's worth of fund balance, but it's certainly a good place to be from an operations perspective. So that's it for my prepared remarks. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to go over those.
Do we have any questions at this time? Do we have a motion to table this item? I'll make the motion. We have a motion and we have a second by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand.
6 aye, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rowan.
Yep, y'all have a wonderful evening.
Next item on the agenda, Fabens ISD 2024-2025 Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas Report based on school year 2023-2024 data, presented by Ms. Nunez.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Estrada, Superintendent Dr. Segovia, board members and community. My name is Lily Nunez, and I will be discussing our first ratings, which falls into place for the recognitions that we just had for our business office staff. This is to give you a recap of what these ratings entail. So our financial integrity rating system of Texas really are established to provide accountability on financial management and practices for Texas public schools. This is based on data from 2023 to 2024. So every score that we're receiving now is 2 years behind in essence. So right now, based on 2023-2024, our score was a 98, meaning superior achievement rating. The scores are as follows. So superior achievement rating is anything from 90 to 100. A B is above standard, which is 80 to 89. A C is where you meet standard, it's 70 to 79, and then an F is anything under a 70. Now, in this determination of rating, the first 4 indicators that I'll be discussing, if we were to have failed any of the first 4, it's an automatic F on the rating scale. Which is what I just discussed. Indicators 7 through 21 are worth up to 10 points each. Indicator number 10 is not evaluated at this time. Now, for indicator 1, was the complete annual or AFR report and data submitted to TEA within 30 days of November 27th or January 28th deadline, depending on the school district's fiscal year. Our fiscal year is now ending on June 30th, as Mr. White just discussed. This report we will not be able to upload because of the government shutdown. Now, this means that we are on hold because it's something that's not controlled by us. So at this point, this is not a critical indicator that will be failed because we cannot upload our audit until we are allowed for you all to approve the audit, if that makes sense. TEA has developed a new uploading system that we just gained access to. So we now have more time from TEA to upload our report. I believe now the deadline has been extended to February, if I'm not mistaken. Again, this all depends if we're able to certify our audit for us to be able to upload. And the second one would be, was there an unmodified opinion in the AFR or financial statements as a whole? This is what Mr. Nathan discussed as well, meaning where they can attest that our financials were clean and concise and accurate. And the third indicator is, was the school district in compliance with the payment terms of all debt agreements at the fiscal year end? Meaning, did we make all our bond payments on time, and were we in compliance with that? Indicator number 4, did the school district make timely payments to TRS and TWC and the IRS? So they look at all our payment history and they determine if we're in compliance with paying our debt when we're supposed to, meaning are we going over the 30 days? Or are we in compliance and falling in range with the time frame that we have our invoices due? Now, the next indicators was total net position and governmental activities column in the statement of net position greater than 0. What this basically means is, do we have more than $0 available? That's what this indicator talks about. Number 6 was the average change in assigned or unassigned fund balances over the 3 years less than a 25% decrease, or did the current year's assigned and unassigned fund balance exceed 75 days of operational expenditures? Ours was at least of 75 days of fund balance during our 2023-2024 school year. Number 7 was the number of days cash on hand and current investments in the general funds for the school district sufficient to cover operating expenditures. Meaning, do we have enough money to cover our day-to-day operations, salaries, and utilities if they were to cut funding across the state and say, that's it, nobody gets any more money? Do you have enough to cover your day-to-day operations in a minimum of 75 days, which we did? Number 8 was a measure of current assets to current liabilities ratio for the school district sufficient to cover short-term debt. The ratio is set at 3%, so they want to make sure that you're always within that to cover everything that you owe pretty much. Did the school district, for number 9, general fund revenue equal or exceed expenditures? They are looking into making sure that our revenues and expenditures equal to 60 days, that we don't have anything that's going out more than what's coming in. So they want to make sure that we have that money coming in and going out and flowing and making sure we're covering all of our expenses. Number 10 is the indicator that is not being evaluated, and just for reference, last year indicator number 15 was not being evaluated. Now they do have a threshold for indicator 15, so it may be that next year you will see a statement coming in on indicator number 10 where it's something that they're wishing to score our district on. Number 11 was the ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets for the school district sufficient to support long-term. Meaning, are we worth more than we owe? Are our assets greater than our liabilities? That's what this indicator looks at. Number 12, what is the correlation between future debt requirements and the district's assessed property value? Meaning, do we have enough in our assets to cover our debt? Number 13, was the district's administrative cost ratio equal to or less than the threshold ratio? This is looking at an indicator wanting to ensure that our administrative or our overhead costs are not higher than our instructional costs, because they want to make sure that we're within ratio, meaning that we don't have an overage in our admin expenses more than our instructional expenses. Number 14, did the school district not have a 15% decline in the students to staff ratio over 3 years? Meaning total enrollment to total staff. If the student enrollment did not decrease, the school district will automatically pass this indicator. We were okay with that because our enrollment has declined, but we're still under the 15% threshold that they require. Number 15 was the school district's ADA, average daily attendance, within the allotted range of the district's biennial pupil projection submitted to TEA. What they're looking at here is that we're not over projecting on our average daily attendance. So they want to make sure that if we're telling TEA we have 2,000 students and we're expecting out of those 2,000 to have an average daily attendance of 1,800, are we inflating that number? And this is proven through PEAMS data that's submitted to the state. This is how that indicator is verified, because that's how they make sure that students are coming in and that's how our funding flows through. Number 16, the comparison of public education information, meaning PEAMS data, in the school district's AFR result in total variance of less than 3% of all expenditures by function. Again, this is all submitted through PEAMS, so PEAMS is what drives our finance. PEAMS will let TEA know how many students we have, how many students are enrolled, what programs they're enrolled, how we're spending our money by PIC, by function, so they're able to pull all this information. During this year, our projections were within that range. We were not over that 3% threshold that they set. Number 17, did the external independent auditor report that the AFR was free of any instances of material weaknesses and internal controls over financial reporting and compliance for local, state, and federal funds? This looks at the segregation of duties. This looks at all our internal controls. They want to make sure that the person that is cutting our check is not the same person that has access to deposits, to just in the business office, for instance, the person that does budget transfers can't cut checks, because we don't want that person that cuts the checks to have access to moving money around in any account. This leads to every single internal control, every policy that we have in place to ensure that we're being fiscally responsible with how we spend our funds. Number 18, did the external auditor indicate AFR was free of any instances of material compliance for grants, contracts, and law related to local, state, and federal funds? This again is looking at our spending. Are we spending responsibly according to our federal guidelines? Are we following what is allowed, what is not allowed? Are we obtaining the quotes that we need to obtain? Are we following procurement guidelines, making sure that we're, again, bidding for any project that we may need that exceeds the thresholds provided by TEA. Number 19, that the school district posts the required information on its website in accordance to government code, local government code, Texas Education Code, Texas Admin Code, and other statutes, laws, and rules that were in effect at the school district's fiscal year end. We are required to post our proposed budget, our adopted budget, our proposed tax rate, our adopted tax rate, and our first ratings and other disclosures that we're going to cover as part of being in compliance with the required information for transparency. That the school board members discuss the district's property values at a board meeting within 120 days before the district adopted its budget. This is what's presented to you before we do our budget adoption to let you know based on property values what our tax rate is looking into. Again, this is all presented to you within the time frame that we are allotted to by the state to make sure we're in compliance. Number 21, did the district receive an adjusted repayment schedule for more than one fiscal year for an over allocation of FSP funds because of financial hardship? What this entails is that going back to the projections that you present to TA on what you're expecting for enrollment for ADA, this basically means that if we ever have to do an overpay, if we ever have to pay money back because we were overpaid for inflating our numbers, this would be an indicator that's failed. But luckily, we've been in compliance with this as well. So this pretty much looks at the whole picture of the district, not just one little finance section of it. Everything is derived, everything is based on teamwork, on making sure that everybody is accurate with the work that they're presenting. Something as simple as coding a purchase order, submitting a requisition, making sure that we have our invoices submitted to us for payment on time. So this really is a collaboration district-wide. This is not just necessarily a business office function because we need all of their support and their compliance on their end to keep us in compliance with the state and to ensure that our first readings are always met and that we're always striving to obtain that aid that we all hope to get every year. Now, as part of other compliance issues or disclosures that we have to make, we have to present at least the past 2 years of comparisons and scores with our indicators. So I placed on here indicators 5 through 21 to give you a comparison of how we were at 2024-2025 and how we were at 2023-2024. As you can see, our scores remain the same. There was no change as far as these scores from the past 2 years. As part of our required disclosures as well, we have to make sure that we have a copy of our superintendent's current employment contract posted for public view, which we do. It's posted in our website. We have to provide a summary schedule for the fiscal year of expenditures paid on behalf of the superintendent and each board member and total reimbursements received by the superintendent and each board member for the year that's being rated. We have to also disclose a summary schedule for the fiscal year of the total dollar amount of compensation and fees received by the superintendent from any outside entity in exchange for professional consulting or other professional services. Disclose a summary schedule for the fiscal year of the total dollar amount of gifts that had an economic value of $250 or more received by the executive officers and board members, as well as disclose a summary schedule for the fiscal year of the dollar amount received by board members for the total amount of business transactions with the school district. Pretty much, we have to disclose anything having to do with our board members and our superintendent that was used with district funds for the year that's being rated. And here provided is where we are disclosing where our superintendent's employment contract is listed for public view. And then this is displayed in our website as well for public view, where we're listing the reimbursements in year 2024, which is the year that these ratings are based on, by board member and by our interim superintendent at the time. And then we go into number 3 as well, any outside compensation, which was 0, and any gifts received by the executive officer and board member or first degree relatives, if any. We were at 0 on those. And number 5 as well, business transactions between school district and board members all came in at 0. Do you have any questions regarding our first readings?
I have a question. Just on because because we're talking about the year 2024 prior to Dr. Segovia. Is there any way to check those numbers? I would be interested on, because I look at, I go to one conference a year. That's all I go to. And I'm just interested in the numbers because, just based on what we know about with has happened in the past here, we wanna make sure that those are legit numbers. I don't know if you've got,
So
I would like to look at it.
sure, we can provide you with a backup. These numbers were pulled from our database, and it pulls the history
With
by,
receipts and all that.
with receipts, with any check that was issued. That's where the information got pulled from, so we let the system know, tell me, from this group, which was for the organization that we have in place for anything that's expensed by our board. So we pull that report for the date range that's requested from us, and that's how these numbers came about. And then we look into what reimbursement you received. Was it for a training? Was it for a registration? Was it for meals? Was it because you rented a car during a training and we reimbursed you for gas? So all that is derived in this report.
And I'm just interested in what prior to Dr. Segovia. I mean, for my personal, when I have a chance.
Sure.
It's not-
No problem.
Because I trust Dr. Segovia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is approval of resolution nominee selection for the El Paso Central Appraisal District Board of Directors members. At this time, attached is the information received by the CAD with the process procedure. Fabens ISD has a total of 5 votes which can be assigned to any of the 4 listed candidates. Our candidates are Tani Berg, Marlene Buller, David Duran, and Jackie York. At this time, board members, do we have a motion to nominate any of the following candidates that I just mentioned?
I'd like to nominate Marlene Bullard, and if at all possible, I'm not exactly sure how this works, but we can give her the 5 votes. I feel like that's.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. At this time, we proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So Ms. Bullard with the 5 votes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Can we give her keep our taxes?
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Next item on the agenda, first reading of Fabens ISD Texas Association of School Boards TASB Board Policy Update 126 affecting local policies presented by Ms. Aida Polanco.
Good evening, Board President Estrada, Superintendent Dr. Segovia, Board of Trustees and Community. My name is Aida Polanco, Director of Human Resources, and this evening I will be presenting the first reading of the Texas Association of School Boards Board Policy Update 126 affecting local policies. So this is a long one this time. So it will be BE local board meetings, BED local board meetings, public participation, CJ local contracted services, CJA local contracted services, background checks and required reporting, CLE local buildings, ground and equipment management required displays, CQB local technology resources, cybersecurity, CQD local technology resources, artificial intelligence, CSA local facility standard safety and security, CV local facility construction, DBD local employment requirements and restrictions, conflict of interest, DEC local compensation and benefits, leave and absences, DFBB local term contracts non-renewal, DGBA local personnel management relations, employee complaints and grievances, DH local employee standards of conduct, EP local instructional arrangements, lesson plans, EFA local instructional resources, instructional material, EHBAF local special education, video audio monitoring, EIA local academic achievement, grading processes, reports to parents, FA local parent rights and responsibilities, FEF local attendance release time, FFAC local wellness and health services, medical treatment, FFB local student welfare crisis intervention. FFF local, student welfare and student safety. FFG local, student welfare, child abuse and neglect. FNG local, student rights and responsibilities, student and parent complaints grievances. FO local, student discipline. GF local, public complaints. GKA local, community relations, conduct and student premises. So at this point, this is the first reading for the policy update 126 affecting local policies. When these are presented at the next board meeting for approval, at that point in time, we will let TASB know that they've been approved, and at that point, TASB will make the necessary changes also for the legal policies that have been updated. Any questions?
Any questions at this time? This is information only, no action needed. Thank you, Ms. Polanco.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, discussion and possible action on Fabens ISD December 2025 regular board meeting. Presented by Dr. Segovia.
This is for Mr. Blanco and Mr. Clark will be presenting.
Sorry about that, guys.
It's all right.
Skip the item. Following item is Fabens Middle School Targeted Improvement Plan, presented by Mr. Adako and Mr.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Estrada, Dr. Segovia, Superintendent, and Fabens Wildcats board members. Our presentation today is based on the previous information shared about our Fabens Middle School and regarding their accountability rating. So due to the fact that they have been rated with the letter score of a D, we are required to follow some state compliance pieces, right? And it's part of our presentation today of some of the requirements that are not gonna be that we're gonna be asked to comply with. And one of those pieces is a targeted improvement plan. But if you have any questions throughout the presentation, please feel free to stop us to make any clarifications as we move through this. But our purpose for today's presentation is to share with you what this report, what this targeted improvement plan is going to entail, right? And so it is seeking approval from one of the required measures of school improvement, which is what we're currently under, school improvement, to raise that letter grade of a D. And so as part of our improvement plan, we are going to be required to submit a Qualtrics survey, an online survey, and bulleted here are some of the items that we have already prepped for submission that we want to share with you all, and receive your approval at the end of our presentation. So of those, that target improvement plan is made up of assurances that we are required to comply with, this being one of them, sharing our plan with the school board, and it will be up for on our district website for the public to see. Evidence-based practices and actions that we will be taking to ensure that our students are receiving the optimal education at our middle school. Targeted interventions to impact student outcomes, school improvement strategies that will be shared by Mr. Kleist, monitoring and technical assistance, milestones that we're going to be seeking throughout the year to have achieved, capacity building, human resources that we're gonna be investing in at the campus to ensure again that we're meeting state requirements when it comes to our accountability and performance management. So as we go through our presentation, why are we under school improvement and what does it mean, right? So Fabens Middle School is under school improvement for this past year's accountability rating of a D. We do fall under comprehensive support and improvement, and and basically what that means is I have been appointed to serve as the district's district coordinator of school improvement, to work closely with Mr. Kleist and his team, and as well as utilizing our resources here in our district to ensure that the campus is receiving, again, all the opportunities to increase their rating. So what we are required to do, right, is these conversations have already been happening, but identifying key data points, right? Data points that we're looking to achieve to ensure that, again, that our accountability rating goes up. Set student outcome goals when it comes to federal to state accountability. Align gaps and set timelines to progress monitor our work. Stakeholder engagement. And the goal really in this whole target improvement plan is to demonstrate a plan to the state that we are doing everything possible to ensure that we receive a letter grade of a C or better in this upcoming accountability year. So first year we are under comprehensive school improvement progress. After this year, after we get that C or better, right? We are a second year, we will no longer be identified school improvement, we'll be just under monitoring. So part of our responsibilities are to complete Mr. Kleist, myself, and Dr. Galaviz have completed a school improvement orientation. That is a requirement by TA. We selected a partner, and in this case, TA, we do have our Educational Service Center Region 19 as our technical assistance provider, which will be ongoing work throughout the school year, which they have already been assisting with us with, as long as this targeted improvement plan that Mr. Kleist will be going into detail with for his campus, and just part of our strategic leadership systems trainings that are also going to be provided to leadership as the year continues. So another responsibility is, yesterday we had our first TA superintendent and district DCSI consultation with TA. So Dr. Segovia and I had our initial meeting yesterday where they shared what the next consultations throughout the year would look like and data that they will be expecting us to be sharing. And so those ongoing data point checks will be going on throughout the school year. Yesterday, for example, with our TA lead, appointed lead, basically asking what our plan looks like, things that we have in place, and really just getting a chance to even know us and things that we're looking to do with our middle school. Stakeholder engagement is a big piece also of the plan. And Mr. Kleist hosted a parent engagement session November 13th to share the plan and gather community input. Dr. Segovia, at Dr. Segovia's parent advisory council session this past Monday, Mr. Kleist also had a chance to present his plan there and gain insight from the district advisory council session. And today's presentation will also count as a measure of us being transparent with the plan and things that we're looking to move forward with when it comes to our current standing. So after approval, this target improvement plan will be publicized on our district website for public view. And really the whole goal of this upcoming school year is to continue to progress monitor the campus and to continue to invest all our resources to ensure that Mr. Kleist and his team have every resource to optimize their potential to increase their accountability rating. So Mr. Kleist, I'll hand it over to him. He will present for you all his detailed plan in terms of the work that is going to be happening or the work that has already happened to ensure that our letter grade there goes up.
Good afternoon, Dr. Segovia. Good evening, Dr. Segovia, Board President Estrada, members of the board and community. Is the presentation back up? So as Mr. Aldaco said, because of our D rating, we have to submit a targeted improvement plan to TEA. So I'm going to go over our targeted improvement plan right now, and it mimics a lot of the stuff that we're already doing already. But we always like to start off with our mission statement because everything we do at Fabens Middle School is centered around that. So our mission statement at Fabens Middle School has two parts: to develop and support excellence in academic growth and character development for all our students through our strong sense of community. And of course, today we're going to be talking about that academic growth component. So as far as our targeted improvement plan for TEA, we got to choose our targeted improvement plan, and we chose intensive curriculum and instructional supports as our guide for our improvement plan. So the intensive curriculum instructional supports improvement plan has 4 components. So TA in that improvement plan, they want to make sure that the campus is increasing the quality of the instructional materials to be used on our campus. So they want to make sure that the instructional materials on campus are high quality. We'll go into that in a little bit. and that they're being used by our teachers. Number two, the district has allocated sufficient instructional time for the delivery of our HQuIM, and they want to ensure that our calendar has 165 instructional days, and their students have enough time in front of that HQuIM. Number three, they want to ensure that the campus has at a minimum one weekly high-quality PLC session to support instruction and student outcomes. And part of their plan that they want us to follow is that our PLC protocol includes time for lesson internalization and student work analysis. And we'll go into each of those four components that's part of our plan. So part one, TA wants us to, part of our plan that we chose and that we also think is great is that TA wants us to increase the quality and use of instructional materials on our campus. So right now our HQuIM that we're using, for ELAR we're using StudySync. For math we're using STEM Scopes. Last year our math teachers adopted STEM Scopes. For science our teachers are using McGraw-Hill. For social studies currently we're looking to update our materials for social studies. But we're currently using Lowman Education Resources in the meantime. And data is shown around us with districts around us to have huge gains with Lowman. We chose this plan with the instructional plan here with our curriculum because these are things that we already have in place and things that we're already doing. But research shows that if you have high quality instructional materials in front of our students, right? If we select those high quality instructional materials, they're in front of our students and they're being used with fidelity. If we give our teachers time, we'll look more into that internal and some future slides, but internalization, if we give our teachers that time to really internalize and study that high quality curriculum, and our students have the time in that master schedule to be in front of that curriculum, that they're gonna move the mark. So that's one of our focuses this year is to ensure that our teachers have the training to use those high quality instructional materials, that they're having the time to internalize those in their professional learning communities, and that they're being used consistently in the classroom. So that's step one. We've also partnered, like Mr. Aldalco had said, with our partners at Region 19. So we have Ms. Lugo, Mr. Armendariz that are there that are specifically helping us out with our HQuIM instructional support. For example, tomorrow they'll be there in the morning with us to go through classrooms and help us out to ensure that teachers are using them, that they have the PD and the professional developments to support them in those areas. Part two of that plan is that we want to ensure that students have the time, not only in the FISD calendar, but in our master schedule built in, so they have the time recommended by those high quality instructional materials to be able to have an impact on our students. So currently the FISD instructional calendar allows for 172 days and 77,400 minutes, so we have the right amount of instructional days. And our master schedule at the campus, we have 50-minute periods 5 times a week, so we have, it allows for 250 minutes of instruction in front of those high quality instructional materials, which is also part of our plan. When you look at part three of the plan that we selected, once again, TA wants us to have one weekly PLC at a minimum, a high quality PLC, right? Currently, right now, we are PLCing, and we talked about that in the first presentation, that we're having our professional learning communities. And if you don't know what a professional learning community is, that's where we'll have all of our, for example, our math teachers will be off during one period. They'll all meet in one common classroom, and they'll take that time to plan. They'll take that time to look at data, to plan interventions for our students, to share lessons. So they recommend in that plan to have one a week and have that built into our master schedule, but into our master schedule we have our PLCs 4 times a week. The content areas that meet for our PLCs are ELAR, math, science, social studies, math, and also our electives, and our PLCs are 50 minutes. They're facilitated by our instructional coach, Ms. Villa, but Ms. Pena and myself are in PLCs as much as time allows us. We have a real specific part 4 to the plan. Our target improvement plan from TEA wants to ensure that there's time for lesson internalization and student work analysis. And that's what we're doing. So on Tuesdays, our Tuesdays for our professional learning communities, what we use those days for is professional developments for our teachers. So as we're doing our walkthroughs, as we're noticing stuff that's happening in the classrooms, we'll take those Tuesdays to provide professional developments. Those are when we'll invite, if we need some more development for our teachers for the instructional materials like STEM scopes, those are on the Tuesdays is when we'll bring in those trainers. Wednesday, what we do in our PLCs is we break down our TEKS, as we talked about before. All teachers will look at the TEKS that are going to be taught for the following week, and we'll go through a very specific process where they study the vocabulary and the TEKS. They ask themselves the questions, what do students have to be able to know and show in order to demonstrate mastery of these TEKS? So they spend that time studying. That leads into Thursday and our Friday PLC sessions where they really get time to internalize that high quality instructional materials that they have in front of them, and also lesson plan for that following week. We also have built in there, and you'll see part of the tip for component 4 is the student work analysis. And we've talked a little bit about that in the first presentation. So it's still part of part 4, but it's our assessment plan. So just like, we would go to the doctor and you get your blood taken, right, to check, you get a complete printout. It tells you the areas that you need, to improve your health, and even gives you some action steps, right, like take these vitamins. We do the same thing with our students, and that's our assessment plan. It's connected to our PLC. That's also part of our tips. So for example, we have common formative assessments. Every 3 weeks they're star aligned, and what those are little snippets of the STAR exam. So every 3 weeks we'll give like a 10 to 20 question test, which is STAR released items, and it gives us a good analysis. The teachers will take those into the PLC sessions on Thursdays, and they'll break those down by item analysis. And what it tells them, we have it in our Edge Euphoria program, and it'll give us a breakdown by TEKS and by students who need immediate intervention. And they plan interventions for that next week, and we plan supports to make sure that in our mission statement, all students are going to be successful. So that's part of not only what we're doing, but that's part of the tip that we have coming up. We also have our benchmark assessments, so we take a beginning of the year assessment. We have our Cambium assessment coming up in the middle of the year. And what our Cambium assessment does is in December, on December 4th and 5th, we're going to freeze our students, and they're going to take the ELAR test and the math test, and that program predicts how our students will do in May currently. It'll give them a prediction how many students are going to have approaches, meets, and masters, and we can use that data as a team and as teachers to already start projecting our domain score for the end of the year, our accountability score. So we're already going to be taking those, I would say, blood samples, right, to check the health of our students. So it's a part of our tip, but it's also part of what we're doing, so our assessment plan there, part 4. Also part of this, right, going along with our target improvement plan, is we're working closely with Region 19, as Mr. Aldaco stated. So we have a lot of things going on right now, a lot of support. So we have our Texas Instructional Leadership, and that's where we have Ms. Ugarte and Ms. Amador had mentioned, where we have Region 19 coming in, and we're doing targeted walkthroughs of all our teachers, and we're going through those coaching sessions where we're going in to support our teachers, we're going in to coach them on research-based instructional strategies. So that's taking place continually at our campus. We also have our school leadership series, where one of the things that we recognize is that we want to build capacity in this plan, not only for our teachers, right, but also for myself and my instructional leadership team. I think teachers and leaders, if we continue to grow, I think that's what's very important, right, that we never stay stagnant, so that myself, my team, we continue to grow as leaders. So we're going through a school leadership series right now with Region 19, where we're really focusing in on strategies to make our team more productive and more effective there at the campus level. We're also looking to build capacity within our teachers to really understand how to internalize that high quality instructional material and deliver it to our students. So we're planning professional developments on those Tuesdays, part of our plan to support our teachers, the capacity building for our teachers. And we're having also consistent data reviews, like Mr. Aldaco said, with our internal team. Our internal team will come every 3 weeks after we have those checks for our students, and we'll review that data together. And then we discuss the action plans and the next steps for our students. So that'll continue to be part of what we're doing and part of our targeted improvement plan for this year. Like I mentioned before, we're using those observation feedback cycles where we're going into teachers' classrooms. Part of our tip is that my instructional leadership team and myself, it's Ms. Pena, my instructional coach, Ms. Villa, we've made it a goal to be in 30 classrooms weekly. That's 10 classrooms each, and to support and coach teachers. through those instructional strategies that are proven to improve instruction from our observation feedback cycle. So those are going on continually. I know that we talked about that, but that's also part of our tip. Another thing that we're focusing on that also centers around number 4, or our PLCs, is we're really wanting to support our emergent bilingual students, right? We have the majority of our population, of our special population is emergent bilinguals, and really looking at domain 3 and improving the language acquisition of our students. I had a chance to talk to parents at our school and also to the district parents, and I was letting them know that hay muchas personas que no saben que mi esposo es de México, ¿verdad? Y mi suegro no habla en inglés, entonces tenía que aprender español para preguntar la mano de mi esposa. So I had some motivation, like this I did, and I didn't have. So I was telling the parent committee that I would sit and I would watch Vaso no Vaso with my suegro, and we would sit there and I would pretend, right, that I knew. I was like, oh yeah, sí, claro, and he would just talk to me. And then at that time, I moved down here because I was like, I gotta marry this girl from El Paso. So I got a job substitute teaching at Armendariz Middle School. And that's, right there by Guillen and Segundo Barrio, so all my students spoke Spanish. So I was immersed in it, and I had no option but to learn Spanish, and now I can speak Spanish, right, and talking to the parents. So it's the same thing for those kiddos where they have to be listening, they have to be speaking, they have to be reading, and they have to be writing in English consistently on a constant basis. And if they do that, we're gonna see those language levels grow. So that's one of our huge focuses. That's what taught me Spanish. I took Spanish, by the way, it's a side note, but I took Spanish in high school too, 4 years. Because there's a girl there that I took Spanish. I don't know if my wife's watching this. But I didn't learn Spanish, you know why? I didn't learn Spanish in 4 years because I would just talk to kids in English next to me. But it wasn't until I was immersed in it and I had to listen, speak, read, and write in Spanish that I learned it, right? So that's one of our goals too. We really want to move the mark with our EB students. So I'll share a couple things that we're doing. That's part of our plan. So due to that history and due to what I know about EB students and language acquisition, we have 2 things school-wide that are going on that are also part of that tip. And one of them is we have a writing initiative. Students need to be writing in English daily. So our writing initiative has our teachers. We pulled all our teachers in and we're like, we need our kids to write. So from PE to math to science, our kids are writing weekly. So all teachers are required to have a short constructed response where students write at least a half page in every subject every week. So that means a student will come in on Monday and they might have a writing assignment in art. Our PE teacher pulls our students out 1 day a week to classrooms and they write. So by the end of the week, students have written 8 half pages or short constructed responses in English. So they're writing in English. Across the board, we bring those writing samples back to our professional learning communities and we look at those word samples. But one of the things I'm also excited about, and we spoke about it, I spoke about it at the beginning of my presentation at accountability, but we purchased Mayan, which is an online reading library. And one of the things we wanted to do is we saw that at O'Donnell, our 5th grade students were reading. They love to read in 5th grade, right? Mr. Reese does an amazing job where the students are reading. They're getting AR points. There's a store, and then they would come to the middle school and they're like, hey, where's our AR store? And I was like, man, how come kids reading is dropping coming to middle school, right? How do you not have that love for reading? So we wanted to keep that going. So this year we purchased Mayan, an online reading library for all the students, and I had to figure out, how am I gonna motivate all these kids to read? So we went on the intercom, we went at lunch, and I said, hey guys, listen, we're gonna have a competition, the grade level, who reads the most books. Mayan will track how many books they read, and really read, because in order for a book to be completed, they have to take the quiz at the end, right? On grade level, it has a quiz that's a comprehension quiz. So we really look to make sure the book's read. But I said, hey, the grade level that reads the most books, by March 30th, I'm gonna take your whole class and all the teachers on a field trip, right? You get to go on a field trip, the school will pay for it, right? And then I was like, what we're gonna do? We're gonna track your books. We got whiteboards that we use for attendance on each hallway. We're gonna track how many books you read, so you can check daily and see, right? It's this huge competition. And I was like, I guess we'll see what happens. And I don't even know if they're gonna get into it, but we, so far, this is only Mayan, it's not the AR points, but we started 3.5 weeks ago. 6th grades read 931 books, 42,300 pages in English. Seventh grade, 445 books, 16,700 pages in eighth grade. It's at 200 books, 10,500 pages to date. And then our librarian came and asked me, and it was also brought up at the committee, it's just like, we don't have enough books in the library because kids are running in to check out books because they're also taking the AR points. So we're excited about that too. So definitely a big part of that, part 4, which is PLC, is really focusing on those EB students and our language acquisition. And that comes through the exposure of listening, speaking, reading, and writing in English. And I think we're well on our way there. So our desired outcomes for our targeted improvement plan is just to continue with fidelity of what we have in place, right? We selected that curriculum instructional support plan because it's stuff that we're already doing, but we also are learning a lot, right? There's a lot of stuff that when Region 19 comes in and supports, or they're talking to us about H equipment, it's like that's a lot of good stuff that we haven't seen, and we're adding to the stuff we're doing. So we just want to we want to have fidelity with the things we have in place, and we think if we do that, we'll continue to grow, and we don't want to be a C, we want to be a B, we want to be an A, and we're moving that direction. So that's our desired outcome, obviously, is for Fabens Middle School to continue its growth and get an A. We just want to continue those trends that we've already seen. So that is, in summary, those 4 parts are our targeted improvement plan, and what I've shared with you is what we're proposing today to submit to the state. So I'll open up to any questions you might have for me or Mr. Aldaco at this time.
Any questions? I just have a comment, or just, some comments. But I know that, and Mr. Hernandez, you're a teacher, so just keep me in check here. But anyway, just, I know it's a tough, that age level, that grade level is it's very tough. So I think we all recognize that, and I can just tell you from when I was that age, when I did junior high in 7th grade, that's when guys start noticing girls and girls start noticing guys, kind of, sort of, or whatever, whatever. So there's a lot of changes, and but the big difference is when I was growing up here in this town, what are they? They're not ELLs, is it EL? It's not the proper.
Emerging bilinguals, EBs.
Yeah, emerging. So back then it was, you had the bilingual class and then the monolingual. And the reason I know these numbers is because I remember when I was in O'Donnell, there were 4 classes per grade, and there was 1 bilingual class. So we'd say it's 25% of the kids were, emergent bilinguals, and all that stuff. So I know that's probably shifted the other way now. So things have changed, and that's a very difficult thing. And with the story you told about your father-in-law and that kind of stuff, but that's just a reality. So it's a very tough job. I always praise teachers and all y'all because this is a very tough business, and I realize the state requires this and that, we're not, and so, but then, okay, so your score may not be where you want it, obviously, we all know that, but I can tell you this, is that, on the flip side, and this goes for all the principals here, and but I'm gonna just focus on you this time, there's all kinds of, there's a lot of positivity happening at your campus.
Sure.
A lot of people that are happy, your teachers are happy, and I don't go ask your teachers, I don't, I'm not gonna, it's just not we're not micromanagers, or I don't think, no. We're not trying to be, but there's a lot of people that are happy at your campus. And I've seen little clips of videos you pop up where you're high-fiving the students as you're coming in. And I know that happens at all the campuses, and I know, but I'm just talking about you right now. And so I think that's just based on what you put out here and stuff. I think we're on our way, and I may be a little bit different. I'm not a teacher, but I think you would agree with me. But I think that sometimes I'm more interested in what the students are. I'm like old school. Like I hope they learn. I'm not worried about these tests. I just don't. I know it's probably not the right thing to say as a board member, but I don't care. That isn't. That never taught me anything. To be a test taker. So I think the kids will learn a lot of good things there, and so I'm just it's just my 2 cents. I just think that there's a lot of good things happening. Letter grade is one thing, and I understand we got to follow the rules, but there's a lot of good things going on. Appreciate it.
Sir, I was a substitute teacher for, about 5 years, but I know reading is so hard to teach the kids, but one thing that I learned was that all of our kids that were learning English, they were so embarrassed to read. So my thing was, okay, what do I do? I would put them to read out loud, at least 2 paragraphs out loud. Oh my God, and then all of a sudden, wow, they would just go read, and they loved it. Because right now, I think there's a lot, even high school kids are so embarrassed to stand up and read. They don't have that, I don't know, that they're just shy to get up and read. But that helps them a lot because as for me, it helped me for my presentations. You get up there and you have your self-confidence, you're gonna go read. But that is awesome what you all are doing, so thank you.
That reminded me of something, thank you. You know what you said about learning Spanish and all that other stuff, because you had to practice, you wanted to speak to your father-in-law, and I think you made a good point, because what I feel like I want more than anything for these kids, I think we would all agree, is I want these kids to speak English. And the reason I want is not because, oh yeah, you need to speak English, you're in America. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that I want these kids to succeed out there and not just here. If they get out of here, I want them to be able to be bilingual. I think that's very important. I think that, I can tell you that I tell our kids, my own kids, like, man, you gotta speak, you gotta just learn Spanish. I mean, not that they don't speak it, but you need to practice it more conversational. And that's what I want for the kids here. I think that we all do. It's important because once they leave here and hey, these kids are from Fabens and they're good bilingual students and they can speak 2 languages, that's just a plus. And it's just gonna help them a lot more if they're fluent in English. That's just the way it is, but we want that, we want them to be that. And not be ashamed of either language, to say that they can say they're bilingual.
Yes, sir, and we have 2 parts to our mission. Obviously, we're working hard towards goals. One of them is character development, because it's not just, like you had mentioned, it's not just about academics, but we're gonna be excellent in both, right? And I think we're excellent in our character development right now, and we've done a great job in that area, and now we're turning our gaze towards the academics, and so we're gonna be excellent in both. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I would also like to thank you, Mr. Cummings, and our principals and our teachers. There has been a big shift on our EBs. Back in the day, and I'm gonna probably say, go back 10 years, our kids were made fun of, were discriminated against. And I've seen a big difference nowadays where they don't treat them that way anymore. They see them as just a normal kid, right? So the purpose of our bilingual education is not for them to do Spanish, but to gain another language, right? And I'm not picking on you, Mr. Spitz, again, but he's a perfect example. He speaks English, Spanish, he probably speaks better Spanish than I do. So that is awesome, and he's a businessman, so I'm sure it opens doors for you, right? And that was one of my things with my son, the story. He perfect Spanish, and then he got into kinder. He lost all the Spanish, wanted English because of peer pressure, right? So then we always told him, now that he's in the Navy and he was recruiting up in Chicago, and they had to meet a quota. Yeah, no worries, because he had all the Hispanic the families. So his team was always winning because they had all the numbers to meet their quota. So I think that's what opened his eyes, and I'm just glad things have shifted and our kids are treated well now, and we gotta keep on going.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's also part of it is, we're a dual language campus, so I know that, I really appreciate all the support, especially from Dr. Segovia, and the internal team, just with our curriculum. We selected STEM scopes precisely because it was the only math curriculum that had support in both languages, because we don't want them to lose the language. We want them to leave speaking perfectly both languages, right? So it's a superpower, being able to live here and then to go out and be bilingual, so, sir.
And I will agree with you. It used to tick me off that Greg spoke better Spanish than me, so in high school, I was like, please, man.
So if there's no other questions, administration recommends the approval of the targeted improvement plan as presented.
Do we have a motion to approve? We have a motion, Dr. Torres, do we have a second?
Second.
Second,
By Mr. Ramirez.
Mr. Ramirez. Okay, we now proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Next item on the agenda. Discussion and possible action on Fabens ISD December 2025 regular board meeting presented by Dr. Segovia.
Good evening, President Estrada, Board of Trustees, colleagues, and community. At this time, we do not have any pertinent items for a regular board meeting in December, thanks to Terry. Should any items arise, such as, I know that we have the UIL realignment decision coming up, or the AD hiring decision. If we do have those coming up, we could convene as a regular board meeting or special board meeting. But at this time, if the board so wishes, we could forego the December board meeting, or we could have the board meeting. But at this time, we don't have anything that's major that needs to be presented at the board level. And so we're requesting consideration to, if you guys so desire, to not have a December board meeting.
Madam Chair, I have one question. How about the item that we tabled when we didn't set a date or?
Well, they're waiting for, the government to let us know. when.
We have until February, so we still have time.
We're at a standstill until the government shutdown is lifted, and then from there, then they'll give us the time frame of how much longer we have for you all to approve.
Now, if Mr. Nathan would call us and say, you gotta approve now, then we call the December board meeting. So that'd be something pertinent that we need to do. But right now, we renewed our board meetings all the way to December. We looked at everything, and if we had anything, it's already been presented now. And so unless we need to meet for UIL realignment, or we have a recommendation for AD, at that point we would need to meet, and we could make that a special board meeting. But it's up to the board. It is an action item, so it'd be for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I'd like to make the motion to skip December's board meeting.
If we don't have nothing, we could skip till January.
And that was second motion.
So we have a motion and a second. We now proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, and thank you, Terry, for keeping us in line.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, discussion and possible action on Fabens ISD Town Hall meeting logistics, presented by Dr. Segovia.
Good evening again, President Estrada, Board of Trustees, colleagues, and community. I had forwarded you this memo, so I'm gonna pass it out so you have a hard copy. Hopefully you've had a chance to review it, and we'll review it here together to see if you have any questions. So as you know, December 3rd, December 3rd, the board approved to have a town hall meeting. It is my understanding to be the first time the board engages in this type of work, which is great work to begin to have a two-way conversation with our community, right? And so after discussing topics, this is what came through. So the theme of the town hall will be why it matters to show up to school board meetings and be involved as a community, right? That's the overall topic. And so the way this is going to work is we are going to host this at the middle school cafeteria. We are gonna have a panel-style town hall. And so what's gonna happen is we're gonna have a setup, a stadium-style setup, just like this. We won't have a dais, but we'll have chairs for the board members to sit. We'll have a moderator from KTSM, who's a former Fabens graduate, moderate the town hall. And at that point, he will, we already have the script ready, he will go through the questions that you have selected to present. In the packet, you'll see that the questions are listed. You'll need to send me two, because each board member will be able to answer two questions. And so, Mr. Spence, thank you for sending your two questions. In order to accommodate bilingualism and dual language, because we are a dual language district, we will ask you a question in Spanish, and then we'll ask you a question, the other question in English, the two you select. So one will be in English, one will be in Spanish. And that way, we have in the audience people that only speak English or Spanish, they'll get something out of it, right? So everybody gets two questions. After that is done, then we will open for discussion or questions coming from the audience, which should be within the theme, right? It is a board meeting because we will have quorum, even though it's a town hall, so it's a town hall workshop type of meeting, so we do have to list it. And so the moderator will announce the guidelines as to how you approach the board and ensuring that we stick to a topic, that we're not gonna be unruly or disrespectful, things like that, but we'll have norms. And then the questions can be asked. 3 to 5 questions, if there's time for more, we could do that. And then once that's done, then we adjourn the meeting, right? After that, we could mingle with the audience that comes in. And I'm hopeful that we've already announced it. It's already in all our platforms. In talking to our parent advisory group that I meet with every month, this Monday, I did invite them and they were excited about it too. And so hopefully they also bring some parents to begin that dialogue with the board. This will be the first attempt. After we're done with this meeting, we'll debrief and we'll see what worked, what didn't. If we need to make some changes, I'm hoping we want to have another one for next semester. If we need to make adjustments for whatever didn't work, we can. But this is how we're gonna start for this one. And so I do have the script ready. The only thing it doesn't have is the questions that you've selected. So if you could just send me, you could just text me, email me, or call Terry or anything like that with just the number of the questions that you want. And just tell me and I'll ask you later which one you wanna do in Spanish and which one you wanna do in English. That way, I have that and I have the moderator ask you the question in that mode. I don't know if you guys have any questions on how it's gonna proceed. Yes, sir.
I have, okay, so first thing, we just talked about being bilingual and that kind of stuff. I don't know how good I could pull it off in Spanish.
We'll work out good. Mr. Spence will help.
Yeah.
I got a question on that. Thank you for telling me I know good Spanish, but there's a lot of choice words in my Spanish. If I had word in the school prod, you know what I mean? I know that word, but those words are clear Spanish, you know what I mean?
Well, what we could do, obviously, we'll be there to assist and help, if that's a need.
I mean, like, we're probably at the same level, so we can, Chicano Spanish, and that we could speak, but, I can't, I don't wanna, like, be improper either. Yeah, I'll do what I can, and we'll do what we can, but it's probably gonna be Tex-Mex, it's gonna go back and forth,
But let me tell you, I speak Chicanics as well, and I think my Spanish is a little bit better than my broken English, right? So what we could do is help you out. What we could do is also sit practice, right? So that we could be prepared for the board meeting. It'll be our first attempt. I think our audience will understand. It doesn't have to be perfect. The whole intention of this is to begin a two-way dialogue with our community as a board, because I wonder if we have community members out there wondering, what is board work? What is the board member's role is?
Everybody seems to get paid.
And just for the record, for everyone who's watching, this is volunteer work. All board members do not get paid.
I didn't get my paycheck, I don't know.
I'm sorry, you won't be getting one, but, so those are the things that we need to begin to engage in a positive way, because if we all know, if our community is involved with us, the kids win. And that's really the intention of this whole thing. The idea started at the National Board Association that we went to. Mr. Spence and Ms. Crystal Ramirez in Atlanta. We had some sessions and discussed that, and that's when the conversation started. We brought it to the board, and here we are now, right? And so we're excited. We met today earlier to do a planning meeting, and we'll be ready to rock and roll and honored to prepare for you all. But don't, if you feel uncomfortable, I feel uncomfortable in English. Somebody needs to help me with English, right? So if you feel uncomfortable in Spanish, just let me know. We can talk about it. And then once we're in there in the meeting, we're all gonna help each other, and we'll be able to help each other. The other thing is, if you select a question that's the same one that somebody else selected, that's okay. We do have 7 individuals in this board with different perspectives, and that is the beauty of the board, right? And so, two board members can answer the same question, and it may align, it may be a little different because everybody has a different perspective. That is why the vote, that's why the board owns either an up or down vote. That's critical, and that's a learning opportunity for our community as well. And so, please do review the questions and send them to me hopefully by this Friday so that I could finalize that script. Any other questions?
I just have another comment, sorry.
That's okay.
So, just so everybody knows, you know, I talked to board president last night about it. You know, so I'm a big Catholic, if you all that know me know that, and we start a novena on that day, the same day here at Our Lady of Guadalupe. So novena is nine rosaries, and 9 rosaries in a row, for 9 days or whatever. So we start, and I'm in the Knights of Columbus, and you know, a long time ago, when I saw the date, I was like, oh, I think I got something going on. But so we start the novena, or that day, but it's at 6. So this starts at 5.
Yes, sir.
So I can be there, and then just if you can allow me, if you guys are okay, to get the first questions, you know, then I'll go and I'll pray for all you guys.
Only if they're in Spanish.
Okay, we'll make sure.
I'll do the rosario in Spanish.
So we'll make sure to make that check.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? So we're excited about this. I think it will be good for our board, and it will be good for our community as well. And this is not an action item, it's just for information.
Next item on the agenda, Fabens ISD Board of Trustees 2025 Continuing Education Credit Report and Fabens ISD Policy and Exhibit Framework for School Board Development. People participating in the board. So at this time, I'll read the script. In accordance with the provisions of the Texas Education Code, Section 5, subsection 11.159B, a trustee must complete any training required by the State Board of Education. The minutes of the last regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees held before an election must reflect whether each trustee has met, exceeds, or is deficient in meeting the training required for a trustee. As required, we will announce the 2025 training hours for all our board members. We currently do not have any new board members. Experienced board members' hours are. On the training, cybersecurity, Luis Estrada met, Orlando Flores met, Benjamin Morales met, Angel Nelas met, Crystal Ramirez met, Julieta Ramirez met, Greg Spence met. Team building, Luis Estrada met, Orlando Flores met, Ben Morales met, Angel Ornelas met, Crystal Ramirez met, Julieta Ramirez met, Greg Spence met. Additional required training, Luis Estrada exceed, Orlando Flores exceed, Benjamin Morales exceed, Angel Ornelas exceed, Crystal Ramirez exceed, Julieta Ramirez exceed, Greg Spence exceed. Sexual abuse, human trafficking, and other maltreatment of children, Luis Estrada met, Orlando Flores deficient, Ben Morales deficient, Angel Ornelas met, Crystal Ramirez met, Julieta Ramirez met, Greg Spence deficient. Update to the Texas Education Code after each legislative session, Luis Estrada met, Orlando Flores deficient, Ben deficient, Angel Ornelas met, Crystal Ramirez met, Julie Ramirez deficient, Greg Spence deficient. Evaluation and improving student outcomes, Luis Estrada met, Orlando Flores met, Ben Morales deficient, Angel Ornelas met, Cristo Ramirez met, Julieta Ramirez met, Greg Spence deficient. School safety, Luis Estrada met, Orlando Flores deficient, Ben Morales deficient, Angel Ornelas met, Cristo Ramirez met, Julieta Ramirez deficient, Greg Spence deficient. If before December 31st, 2025, any board member obtains additional training, the chart will be updated prior to the posting. At this time, we'll be going to closed session for Texas Government Code 551.072 for discussion on Fabens ISD farm lease renewal at 9:01. Sure. One dot zero seven six for intruder detection and audit summary. At 9:01 as well. So we're doing both.
I'm sorry, did you read the farm lease?
No.
Shona and Mr. Segovia. Segovia, Lucius.
And Rolo. Good to go?
We're good. At this time, we reconvene to open session for possible action announcements on intruder detection and audit summary at 10:22.
Good evening, President Estrada, Board of Trustees, colleagues and community. At this time, the administration recommends approval of the corrective action plan presented by Mr. Klein and Mr. Perez.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Motion.
You have a motion and a second?
I'm sorry,
Mr. Ardella made the motion, Mr. Flores, second.
Mr. Flores, thank you.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
6-0, thank you.
We also reconvene to open session for possible action announcement on Fabens ISD farm lease.
Good evening, President Estrada, Board of Trustees, community and colleagues. The administration recommends the board authorize the superintendent to renegotiate the farm lease agreement as outlined above. Which is revisions to the farm lease agreement addressing water delivery charges and the treatment of crop advances.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Second.
So motion?
Mr. Flores? Mr. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes.
5-1,
Oh, sorry,
Five.
Man, raise my hand.
correct, so.
Pay attention.
Okay.
Twice, no? Twice on that other one too?
On the other one?
I raised my hand, but,
Yes,
Yeah.
the other one I got 6-0.
Okay, if there is no further business, I have a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Ramirez, we have a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Nelas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
6-0.
Raise your hand. Thank you, everyone. This meeting
And
is adjourned.
10:24.
10:24.
Who seconded?